It is. Hello everyone. Actually, I can't believe that I spent a lot of time of setting everything up because a stupid Sound Blaster application simply reset to all default settings for some reason, I don't know why. Oh, but everything is working now, I hope. Let's see. Alright, let me check the sound. It can be not perfect, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. And it's working pretty fine. Alright, so it's still episode number 4, stream number 6. Still not so long as some JRPGs, but I know that the last episode will be super long. Or something like this. Alright, so let's do this. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching all my customer. My customer is black and white now. Because this time I won't let my face wear. I believe in my client to the last. Just like you believe in me. I believe I can do this now, ready for this fight. So I must ensure that criminal was already showed to us, so it can be one of the persons that we saw on the street. Anyone. Oh, they didn't reveal their names. And I forgot what was I read about their names in Japanese. Well. Else, the same jury? Are you sure? In the name of your majesty, the queen humbly declares this court to be in session. Or maybe different. We'll see. Now call upon the consuls for the prosecution and defense to declare the willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Really? Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susata-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the Phantom was found to be innocent. Very true. And the most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Head to the equator, and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine battle position. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? But he was, like, almost found guilty in the previous case, isn't it? What are you doing here? You never know when you might be down your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Okay, this one is new. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Also new? Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. So, how people who are actually involved in the case, well, not directly, indirectly, but how can they be in jury? I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that Mustached or Ranger did it. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord 1-6. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. Accused in the dock today is a student from that same land as certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. Punching a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. And knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. On the earth, they are. Just look at that sour complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Come on, let's get this over with. It's me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Alright, lead the inspector in, please. So, who was the witness? You? You? I thought... No. He's not the same guy who saw what happened or what. I'm not sure. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Will you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim. The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her tracker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. So, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. Was it really here? Wait a second, you want to say that his house is on the left, but it was like in front of this house, not on the back. I'm not sure. Having all the pavement running alongside Brown Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing, as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she is currently being petted in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Case file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital yet to regain consciousness. Let's see this document. Young woman, graduates unconscious, following step 1 plus the back, left green female style builds, so built, early 20s. Pavement of Brown Road, east side. Rolly Beats, reporting officer. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are known. Apart from the single stab found from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away, while the reporting officer was successfully arrested the following day. What of the weapon that was used? Sir? L? Z? Here. It was removed from the victim's back. The victim is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost everybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. In the scratched-looking Suzuki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. Huh? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. Small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Sosoda. Wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear. I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Alright. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possession, seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, I'll be looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. And from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle at the public gallery, but your words have served is hallowed bucket. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good case. Cause they are, as we figured out already, that should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the courts precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nippon student. Yes, sir. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Light. 4:45. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books just bought, was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the book belonged to, and we found the blog to raise him. This proves simply nothing. What a bullshit. All books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Wonder what will be the names of those books, but it's not visible. Oh yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Why these books are around? I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust in the victim's back. Can't read them. Okay, supposed to be. Those are the books he bought. There's 3 of them. Can't see anything unusual so far. You Japanese are spineless breeds, too correlated with defeat. Should never admit defeat. The court admitted, denying everything despite all having evidence to the contrary. Well, give me a Lord 1-6, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. Do Miss Susato. Do go on. Mr. Natsumi has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. Hello, Cloak. Well, it's episode number 4. Definitely will finish it today. And the last will be 5. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Well, so far the game is kinda surprising. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me, because I didn't load a single time so far. The third one? Is that, you mean the previous one? I don't care. We care only about guilty and non-guilty verdict, and not who did it. Should not interest in us. Who? I didn't even think about this. Let's see. It cannot be someone who was involved in this case, isn't it? It was someone from... maybe from the very first episode? I don't know. I need to analyze it first. to know exactly. Woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her. Well, definitely not gilded, isn't it? Can't be him. No need. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified I had to get away from here. There? I already predicted that it's one of the persons who we met on streets just recently. There were two arguing persons, so it was one of them. So one of them who will see handcart will be the killer? It's kinda obvious. Who else could it be? Well, I don't know for sure who of them, and I don't know their names yet. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. White photographic prints in full color. Will the world come up is next. Fenton has done nothing more than admit he fled the sense of a terrifying incident. Does not mean he is guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. But the goal of this game not to find who actually killed, just to get no guilty verdict and nothing else. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who would possibly have stabbed the woman. They missing the fact that when you stop somebody, it doesn't mean that they will fall on the ground immediately. They can several hours pass until this happens. 1, 2, 3, it doesn't matter. So how can it be a fact? It's not a fact at all. Fact that the accused concedes. I think this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. Have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Well, I doubt that pressing every single statement will actually lead to a game over. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusual light fog. Okay. Visibility was reasonably good and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Wait a second, what about witness? The witness was there. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and something collapsed on the pavement. Okay. He ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Definitely happening to 2 different times. Of stabbed and run off. What? Oh, look. I checked, there was 2 years between these 2 games. 2 years. 15 and 17, isn't it? There must be a number of old books he just bought. And the last one was just a matter of working out who the books belong to. I don't know, let's spread them all and see. Not this. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see on the opposite side of the street for once, not much farther, though. That's light. Is it? Around these parts, yes, not something I expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I read that London is famous for its fog. But my country people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this moment here, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand and the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susada-san, and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerned us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. Fog knocked up, commented by the accused. My client? My client said that he has a nickname instead of real name. So no. Alright, visibility was reasonably good and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. So he can be a writer. I'm able to state that with any certainty. The real one? No idea. Might see my learned friend. If he was really Japanese, I have no idea who was the real now. Because that is what the witnesses to this game have told us. If this real person is from other country, so maybe. Oh yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary. Wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm aware of the situation on your tiny islands in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Oh, I see. So, I don't know any Japanese real, well, humans at this time. Definitely not. Okay. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness a crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. The same name? Soseki? Natsume? Actually, Natsume is Soseki. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. We could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. Since the counsel for the defense is taking stock, continue with your testimony, Inspector. Alright, out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. It cannot be possible. That's kinda obvious. It's unlogical even. From behind, you say. That's right, as you can see from this print. It's quite so, Inspector. And also the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you said the sprawl weapon, Miss Green, woman, remains in a critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Barnes. What's hopeful that she came around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Like it's on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Force of tone is seriously undermined by those testimony white eyes, I'm afraid. accused run off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Let's see. Mr. Natsume's belongings? Seems you'll find it's all there. It's a photographic print of the crime scene. Yeah, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were. And probably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. It's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? It's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. It's managed to claw the one avenue escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. Even to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back. Must be what happened, my lord, yes. Okay, so it's been a number of old books just bought. Was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Right? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. Meant the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Closest second-hand bookshop with accused lodgings is this place here, Urban Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and near Shawn Street. Stemming things like this. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, to the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the road we have taken home. Here. Something like this. Okay, they updated it. The street maps of the local area show locations that are relevant to the case. And so what? And so what? Yes, I agree with your conclusion, Spectre. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo. The idea? I don't know. Like, if it was like introduced that you should not print a statement or you'll simply lose. But no, just part of gameplay, so I don't know. Seems that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be vital importance. It didn't create that difficulty, that's for sure. Yes, I agree. Most important point that the inspector just made being... What? That's important point? Bookshop's location? Bookshop's name? Oh yeah, let me check the name. What was the name? Your books, but the name that is here on the map is Bourbon Dogs. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Could you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Well, not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please, revise your testimony, Colonel Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more certainly? Dancer? It's a Sherlock Holmes spectaculars. Okay, so kinda present, isn't it? If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and it tells the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found it in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Yearbooks. Yearbooks? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. Just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is a bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Whenever the man purchased his master tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, it's a street mark here, if that might be of help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returned from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if you take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Yearbooks, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is it right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? You just say it? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Yearbooks establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Yearbooks is just here on the next curve, Rasham Street, going east. So he can take either road, it doesn't prove anything. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Nothing has changed. What is this Wikipedia link? Learned Japanese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticism. Sosuke Natsume? But his name here is Kinosuke. It's better check it in English because I know for sure that... Wait a second, in English his name is Sosuke Natsume. From Natsume Kinosuke. Japanese novelist. How did they name it in Russian? Well, they didn't add the apostrophe between two N. Wait a second, how many N here? Kinosuke. Sounds better like this. And he's even on the notes. 1000 yen, like Sheraton 100. Fairy tales, haiku, kanchi. Mhm. And he lived here for 2 years. By the way, the buildings looks actually the same, like in game. Really? Well, almost the same, almost. And so what? 2 years I spent in London were the most unpleasant years in my life. Among English gentlemen, I lived in misery, like a poor dog that had strayed among a pack of wolves. So the problem was money, of course. Hmm. All right. No, the same, just missing some details. So the same. And Sasuke, it's his nickname that missing. Hmm. To your future career in the circus. Put that glass down now. Well, put it down for you. No, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. And the accused was coming from home from your books instead of bourbon books. There's no doubt he still would have burned the place where the victim was stopped. And he did, I think. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend. Hello, Sonia, Lord Play. Whenever the man purchases his mouth at home, it makes no difference in the final analysis. As I suspected, you can fool me, and I don't suggest you try. Listen, I had enough of this now. Your pardon? Tell the story, but would you mind repeating that? So Naruhodo doesn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. Must think. Must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. It claims Sasaki-san must have passed the location of the incident his way home from your books, but well, I should raise it. Anyway, in Russian and in English they constantly missing that there's double O in his name. I don't know why. Is it a problem to put it like Sasaki? If not double O, they can use something like dash over the O or something. Or simply use double O, because there's double O. It's a long O here. The assertion just made by prosecution is fundamentally flawed. No. Sasuke is different name. Sasaki. Double O. Not Sasuke. Sasuke is the person from Naruto. And it has actually O between S and K, but it's unpronounceable one in Japanese, that's why it's Sasuke, not Sasuke. Explain yourself, console. Yes, my lord, you can see what I mean on this map. Usually, when there's double O in any word in Japanese, you can easily place a stress on it, and nobody will notice that there's any difference, because stress is usually placed on the long part of the word. I don't know how to explain it. Anyway, it will be closer to how to pronounce it. Anyway, it's simply impossible to get and have a good pronunciation. If you didn't born in this particular country, it was not your native language. simply impossible. So yeah, you can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his legends, Mr. Natsume could have followed the road suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable road to make between the two places. And actually, I think she was stabbed here, but as we saw on the crime scene, it was actually in the corner on the other side. So yes, she was stabbed, but she kept walking until here, and here he met her, isn't it? Well, I don't know, we'll see. And when I used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodges without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a full surround, of course, however, I feel compelled to point out that the road is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer road home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious road back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. I don't know if you actually counting your steps and wanting to do 5 miles per day, you'll take a longer road? No? It doesn't matter winter or not. Well, I'm afraid what will be in the last episode. It looks very long according to Lungplay. But what? Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must arm the man himself, ask Mr. Natsume which role he took home. Already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, as I said, the book seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. And there was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which road he took home. I don't believe this. I think it was the right road. Why not? Thank you, my learned friend. And suggests that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? But even if said, in the case, a difference still. And there is Lord 16. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? Believe it. Does this mean? The members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case, I humbly call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. Yuzai!
Yuzai!
Yuzai?
Yuzai?
Yuzai!
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 It would appear that Jules Lennon is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. Not yet. This isn't all yet. We still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. To tame the balance of those scales, I otherwise have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Query not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. As of the defense writing to anti-British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it unpicked, if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, Counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we are ready. I'm all too familiar with the Japanese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to stroll in his alley. Nobody like Japanese? Very strange. Very well then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. They actually explained the previous three why they doing this, because there's too much crime in the Great Britain right now, so they're trying to find anyone at all, and finish the case as soon as possible because of this. No matter who. Jurors' contentions. Please sake, that little Nipponese commodity already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes. White can only have been the victim. No, they have very little experience of the cases. You cannot put in the jury someone who is not related to the jurisdiction system. But no, for some reason they put in random people outside who's not related to the case, not related to the jurisdiction system, and it's like voting for, like, I don't know, president? People who are not related to any government have rights to vote? They so easily be tricked by candidates. Obviously, shouldn't be happening. This system is outdated, this system is outdated, voting is outdated, everything is outdated. Nobody tries to evolve. Very strange. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. What a bullshit is this? What is this statement? That everyone is the same? Well, the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Great donkey, can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop that. But weapon books? No, not worth a visit. Very wonderful. It's only minor exceptions. The reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Well, it's like with every single one in the system, I know for sure people are usually spending time, so they trying to get the agreements that everyone say guilty or everyone will say no guilty as soon as possible to simply go home, because if you stuck here, it will be like 12 hours, 24 hours, or even more. And if it will take several days, you must stay here. Yeah, in the same room for a limited amount of hours. Simply not possible. So they check in what most people are saying, like among 12, like 6 people saying guilty. So everyone will say guilty if they don't think so. So I think this system should not exist. Should not, because they're not using common sense. They're using common sin to go and escape it as soon as possible. Well, the stabbing occurred. The only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. The accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspectors that the defendant then fled the scene. I believe this case actually was in Sherlock Holmes, because I remember something like this. We'll say I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, and the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, there's no time for grumbling. No, this game is very clear and obvious. I don't know why Naruhodo cannot see it. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. I'll follow them at least. Exactly. I have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Rensky. You can do it. Who? As I said, one of these two persons that we saw on the street after we were leaving to the prison. There were two of them. So one of them, obviously. Defense rebuttal. Peter sick. That little Nipponese oddity already admitted in himself, didn't he? What? Self? No, I said, there were two people who you met on our way to prison that didn't say their names, so it's one of them. How can it be a suicide? Or you want to say it was a suicide? I don't know. Okay, admitted it himself. Admitted what? Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Not sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started seeking around. This fair play was the manner of your build. By the way, when is Golden Week in Japan? I want to check. Golden Week for 2022? In October? Oh, it's always in October. My bad. I didn't know. I saw it earlier. Alright. Sorry. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me, that young hatter, patched as criminals. Well, you know, water under the bridge. No? Why should they? It was not his case. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up. And wait a second, he didn't say any lies, he was right all the time. He just was connected to the victim and that's all. What? In which way? Where? He said that he saw when he was stabbed. Well, we didn't prove that he didn't see it. What? There was no proof about this. Because the man was stabbed. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who's isn't. Thank goodness. Right, maybe I might struggle to change his man's mind due to awkward history. Well, so what, you can't remember everything very clearly? You thought that you saw it, next you change your mind? If you telling about something that did not exist at all, didn't relate it to the case, those like... In this case only you can find guilty that you said something, I don't know, some lies in the court. But this, no, in real life it's not. I'd never heard about such case. But you can't possibly see the face of this person. But I saw it! Well, okay, it was my imagination, so that's all. No guilty for this. But I wonder what's become of Mr. Hearst now. He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. It can only have been the victim. So let's see. I know what he admitted to himself. Wouldn't have gone around houses on his way back from the workshop, not in winter? I'm doing this! So of course I disagree with this. Run behind. Strange. What? Where? What is this? Beach driver. Oh, this one in Greek? Hot. I don't remember what happened to him. I see no conversation, so looks like I need to press them one by one. Really don't care. The last two, like, seemed completely nothing. Okay, let's press them. That's it. Alright, Seth, at the time of the incident, defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Not in front, by the way. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. There is that someone wearing green was the victim. Claims that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, defendant apparently denies attacking the woman. Well, of course he does. If he admits to stopping her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, while the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if it's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have conquered something more credible? I really couldn't say after all your following. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious? No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, couldn't be more simple. I don't know, she's just stupid. Argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. It's not. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. It went well for her. But you can't deny that there are other rules Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. At the moment, there's no proof that shows he did. It's, well, yes, that's true as well. Let's understand it. The accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, it's annoyingly true. Hidden eyes are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. No. He's completely wrong. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Supposed to be convincing you, yeah. I've given it a lot of thoughts, you know, I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I don't know, there's so many logical reasons to take the long road instead of short. Short for whims. Be happy to reconsider my position that case. Honest, I would. Listen why Sosaki-san might have taken the longer way home. There's a good reason. To imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. The girl woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garida, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. Master's wife? But you get your ideas, sir. I'm the maid, you understand? Just giving up that shirt? Oh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you've been selected for the jury, this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Let's see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Also, he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? For goodness me, yes, just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. Heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there, or something. Oh there, oh Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? Just a harmless good girl. Doesn't know. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. You said enough damning things already. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Get clear with me now, son. My life is on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a lover like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Wait a second, saying not paying them as well? Very strange. Now I see that must be very hard. Go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken... Oh, well, I don't know why this housemaid actually is there, because she's connected to the case. It's not allowed to have someone connected. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right and center. The after cheap power to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So you were on digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, weren't you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. Was it old bookshop it was? What? Please repeat my words. Not a coincidence? That's right. Hersham Street it was. Street. So he took another road? Swap, Mr. Naruhodo. The only 3 named streets. Journal number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point is that? Can you just get this business over with now? Yes, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mearsham Street from dawn till dusk. Let me check the street. So he cannot use this road. And what, I should present it? To whom? These two? I don't know, I will try. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, console? Explain yourself. Stop point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, mister? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. Very nice animated here. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's road home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? You must have a good 2 yards or more of their payment up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. Pennant must have taken the longer road back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, huh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but you know that he had no choice. Yes. My lords, Mr. Judge Serum, if I may. Yes. I don't think I'm in all good consonance that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Oh, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's arguments, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthens our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. Might be able to tip the balance completely. That's exactly what we have got to do. And since it's looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion, it's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have to at our disposal. Thank you, Console. Oh, this summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. So I'm not guilty at this point, so we can see where this trial goes from here. Where I say it's digging up roads or digging up the tools, you've got to see it through to the end, haven't you? Okay, what about you? Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I just said was hold it. What I wanted to say was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes, I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. It's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books and there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. It's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you see, exactly when the victim was attacked. And sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I am not about to forget the day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dunked my head. It's always worse. After the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out at it. I just thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This cabin on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpine, you see? Let me check it. Alright. Heading down the Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Rule number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. Change to the jury's minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 months ago. Near the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. She knew how to do a suicidal takedown. Suppose words will have to suffice for now. So, did he change his statement? I slept all of that evening myself on Calabash Road. Knocked myself clean out, you know. What about this too? I just wonder. Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the jury's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, jury number 2? Jury number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir? I was wrong. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact, of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey? Here? Right now? That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in green overcoat suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman has starved, obviously. Can you really be sure of that, madam? Why? Tell me, what do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to Heart of Heron, juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapsed in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That's entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Now look at that. My goodness me. Sorry? In the pee? And crucially, you know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, means the defendant must have taken the long road back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene of Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my. You did, old man. You hadn't been so dumb as to be roaming about there, have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a baffling coat? You say to me, is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, huh? Is it a crime to sleep all on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your linen, I presume? I do declare that I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Well, that special examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes to the nose for... So the nose have it, not guilty, they say. Oh, by the way, I could simply play this game on 3DS, the original one, just reading text from this game on PC, at the same time, doing exactly the same choices, isn't it? I could, which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. I didn't think about this before. The trial will continue. It seemed childish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. I forgive the discourtesy. Part 1-6? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. So what do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly buried the road, as he claims. Will you say it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. It took me the whole day and they paid me measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notions of the distance that 2 yards represents? 2 yards is 2 meters. Well, at once I don't have a clue now. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. That's right. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no? What? Did you, perchance, erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the sides of your works? Dream of it, what a waste of time. No cautious would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any general book back when they come. He just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. Little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard range his ignorance around town. Is it true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back, his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. An old man. Old man? You took. You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Hey, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at that time? I can't say as I remember. Don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? Say it was this old man that you saw. It would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! Lord 1-6, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant arguments up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prove it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friends, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Well, what he did? You cannot skip it. They just showed his character here, so you can better understand him. I see no other way. Snack witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? You have told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Right, no matter who 1-6 brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san, I know he's innocent. I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over. What the heck is this? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Is he eating it? Constable, Rolly Beats, huh? What? Nothing to report on the streets, sir. Sir. Mrs. Beats, Patricia, my name. Proud to say I am this young town hero's wife. What's the story here? In truth, you have not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. And now it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. No, as I counted, according to the distance, they're working just 8 hours. Nothing else. They're working like 20 miles, it's 6 hours. 1 hour to wake up everyone, 1 hour to light the lights, so it's not 50 kilometers. What? Not 50. Actually, wait a second, it was 20 miles, 5 miles is 8 kilometers, 16. 32, it's not much, it's 6 hours of walking. Nothing special, just 6 hours. Only surprising. It's been an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Well, 20 miles is like a standard. It's around 40,000 steps. Well, I don't know how actually they work, and in normal speed it's just 6 hours. Okay. Also, they must have something like lunchtime. Okay, 1 more hour, 9 hours. It's typical work. And yeah, at 5 o'clock it's already dark, so they already lit the light. And they will be next shift. Well, I don't know. I'm sure I heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers touch some 20 miles a day, you know. But they already made it. They patrolled boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that matters are written true. They're responsible for keeping the streets clean, enlightened, distinguished, or stealing. In this case, who would like to work at such work? I can't imagine this. How can you go and work for the Scotland Yard only for super high salaries, so they should be super rich? Or I simply don't quite understand. Actually, it always surprised me. If it's a hard job and very small salary, why are you going here and working here? It's like 75% of people doing this. I have no explanation for this. Number of items on that list that don't sound much like policy duties at all. I'd just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. The London Bobby is a man of honor and a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. They witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Troy? Nothing report on the streets. What a great witness he is going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You'll tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes. Oh, it was sir? Just he's saying sir? Yes, sir. Yeah, I see. What the witnesses saw? It was our wedding anniversary and Ronnie was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running off, so they didn't see the crime. So, people are usually not collapsing because somebody stops them. I don't know what is this idea. If somebody shoots you, etc., if it's not instant kill, you cannot collapse. It's impossible. I stayed all of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box, especially from stabbing in the back. I had never heard about of any case when you collapse immediately after this. It's usually several hours. Several hours. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Ronnie and I both saw him clearance a day. His statement doesn't prove anything. Why should I check anything in it and make a close examination? It's nothing. You can simply, I don't know, skip it. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Now there, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume as his son. If the testimony is true, and it's true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. Not at all. It's destiny, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What unfortunate chance. And on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. Sing the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard in it. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. May well have time to rest this afternoon. just keep it. And what about the jury? It would be very hard to edit. One more time. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the stand. They testified under oath, and it was without doubt the accused Mr. Sasuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So, appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure, and especially pointing out that its policeman means something special is intolerant and should be eliminated immediately. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough ramble? Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I don't know. It's always puzzling me why policemen has so many trustfulness in them from other people, if like every single case it's about corruption of police. Okay, it was our wedding anniversary then, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. He was taking you, doubtful. Silence appeared out of walk on the pavements in front of us. Suddenly one of them just collapsed on the floor. Yes, it was Natsume, so what? No proof of him being guilty. Straight off course and then went for help at the Norway police box. It was not doctor. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Why I should press anything here? Why should I press anything here? It's not a testimony. Okay, let's press it. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, I realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. Let's see, old books. Yes, sir. This culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. This rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him, it was the man in the dock, without question, sir. Mustaches, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, adult mouth, snub nose, everything. Well, it sounds you want to throw him. That's right, he looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his book into the paper and ran away. I see. Stop, they seems as though they're telling the truth here. Remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one, after all. Is that right, my darling? No. Oh yes, that's right. Asked Mrs. B to go. Was off duty by that point. But the Bob is never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the stand. Very laudable, Mr. Beats. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. When the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box was the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. Run there as quickly as I could and ask for help from them. Bobby and Judy. There's nothing more important than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved with the actions of two model citizens. Please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas streamlamps, would you? Absolutely could. Us wanderers have exceptional eyesight. Have you know? Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only a light, didn't he? Yes, and what was the fog? You're famous for it across the globe, I believe. I had never seen any fog, actually, in London. That's an absolute menace to those of us who have to deep it, of course. No, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? A constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? No? Oh, yes, it was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, oh come on, again. Out mouse, and the snap, no, unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. But Soseki sons they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? It's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing their testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So, if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict out of this testimony. No, then what do we do? A lion? If Kasumo-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. If you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Alright. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If you don't, I think the trial may reach an earlier and unfavorable conclusion. But you always seem to be up against it. Okay, let's question this. The time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Smith? Oh no, certainly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Even children and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can do the job, can't you? St. Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down the ground, doesn't it? What? Just finished my meet. Pat and I were heading back to the station, so it was really 9 hours work. Well, 8 hours and the lunch, I think. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. No, really, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. No, it doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Also, I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my land now, sir. As long as I am the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. The police, warrant card? What's that now? My warrant cards, though. Proof that I am a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. So, and for such a noble cause, I covered 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beats puts out this not being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my day arrive how much I care. Oh, really? Looks disgusting. Oh, what a charming couple! The young love in such a joy to behold. If a little high at the top, perhaps. And then, can you describe what happened next? Sir Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all this question about everything you've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony? Is it right? Is it? Well, out with it? What? No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. Against this policeman's shit. They should be dismissed immediately for being intolerant. Remember every last detail. Everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. They will be different? I could, every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? So what is the names? Well then, this is bit. No, it won't do it at all. The Japanese law has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that really will. Okay, what was the names about? Picture of Monsieur Liquor, a meal for Gabor. Oh my god, unpronounceable. Canterbury Gardens. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? What? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Will it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped as a scene. 4 books? What should I present? A picture? A receipt? It's the book number 4. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, what's CTR, a meal for someone, and the single Miss Samson. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there's a fundamental flaw in the statement of yours. No, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. Oh, it can't be! I saw them! No, what is it? Yes, you can't fool me! Sorry? It's a big old lump of a dead body! It's so large, your course is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if it's only his size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something can readily substitute. Something with evidence, I presume. But of course, evidence. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate. Oh my god, your claim, withdraw it. What proof do you have that accused did not drop 4 books? The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So, it cannot be denied that, though you can say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. What is your clauses? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. Facts that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So, striven to avert attention from that by dint of some consequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? This right through me. But your plan has somewhat recalled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. That's a policeman's wife and your entirely accurate testimony in every respect. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on railroads, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic prints? Only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride? It's related to to this mate, isn't it? Lion sprite. So how did this book happen here? I don't believe it. It's the first book. It's damaged by fire, isn't it? As you will observe, the first book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Order! There, you see? Look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said. Isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia always right, sir. When I started the receipt for the books purchased by the accused of the day in question. Mrs. Beats. The titles once again, if you please. Yes, of course. The picture of the Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecker. What's it? Yearnings. Everybody yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for a burial. Something in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remember the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beats' powers of recollections can only be described as exceptional. Do you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. So, flawless, sir. The picture is flawless. What? Only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beats mentioned 4. And nothing surprising about that. There is the first books, in that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, console, but does it not seem odd? Why should the first book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic clearly shows, the first book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, who came of that first book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigator. Officers at Scotland Yard have it here as evidence. Wait a second, why it's different? Why it's different? You submit that as aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident is specifically shows the victim's hand. But book is different, no? Book is down the line sprite described as the victim's hand as the sun. The prosecution rests. But nothing further to it. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Not 10 years, but futile. The spurious longer road to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection and cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything you say is true. Isn't it right, my darling? Yes, but wait a minute. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Let me check this picture. So, definite front is here, back is not. Lion sprite. Oh yeah, really? Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in the States, especially not the later pages. Terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Book recently damaged by fire. Why does it seem to raise a red flag with me? My car is badly burnt. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion Sprite. But I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've learned. Wait a minute. The Lion Sprite? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. The dialogue are nice too, Mr. Naruhodo. So, how does this book happen here? How is it even possible? I've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. So Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in terrible precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Seniority Sin, what do you do now? An objection? No? I'm not done yet. Now, my learn. Friends, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be all as far as you're concerned, but what? I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord 16, seems somewhat bullish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a loneless hole indeed. For a lonely judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. I am, to my shame, still a very experienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and your opinions invaluable. So Naruhodo. One of these land's great guidance principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susodo. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? Just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susodo. That's it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. And defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. Defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. The book? Well, what else? The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The first book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the first book in length. Other than its being in the victim's grasp, at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Assuming the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the execution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, Consul. You'll identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Consul, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? Well, it's kinda obvious. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim watching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniable and extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some wild clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this shared book hide? Shared book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer, then, Consul. Explain the theory of yours. What is the suggestion? Is that you can ascertain from this fire damage this item has suffered. Its owner? My lord, the burn from the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owners. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. Oh my god, and she's policeman's wife. The question is how this book came to be in the victim's hands has yet to be answered. There's like no logic in her words. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it's originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if you little gamble goes awry. Alright? Consul, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burned book? How many persons are here? 21 years old, 23 years old. Queen, Asian no. Well, kinda obvious you. But let me check all their ages. Oh, wait a second. I thought there will be jury here, but okay. So, these two... Owner must be you? Well, it doesn't matter who else I think. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garida. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garida herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garida's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garidev's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps around. This is outlandish behavior of this woman, the accused landlady, you say? You obfuscate this hard-working member of the public and besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. It's actually the same if you claim that some policeman is a trustable person, as somebody is untrustable. It's totally the same. It's not my conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garidev's house. Good lord, sort of incident, Consul. A fire, my lord. Right to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place, filled with smoke, couldn't see a badly seen. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course, and by the furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, who called the Lion Sprite. Nope. I have no idea how this book happened in your hands. The Lion Sprite. Sure, the very same title is the subject of this debate, but now I know exactly who among these two persons I saw did this. The second quadrant from the ground floor. And I mean, this resembles all you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garidev was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garidev even amid the flames. How awful! Can you imagine being so hurt to the one you love? Can you really? Wait a second. Check them one more time. Really? His name is Rolly. Who would ever know? So that was nickname or something. Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Why it's so white? I had all my favorite old novels in the case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Up and smoke. Actually set this monitor to like 0 brightness, and still it's so bright. Don't know why. Don't know why it started hurling things at me. It was I, back against Sabino, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and then landed cautionally at the scene of the crime? What? I didn't think that you can open such windows, but okay. No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there's no report of the Garidev's windows pane being broken. That's quite true, we also saw no sign of broken glass. Yes, that's right. When we visited the Garidev household. What's the best? To guess who's criminal? A culprit? It's not the, like, the target of this game. Let's just say that just to get a no guilt verdict, I should not care who is the killer. So, I don't need to guess. And if I guess, it means change simply nothing. And I don't even need to try to accept that he is guilty. It's not my job. So, the last one is the truth, and the first thing, this means simply nothing. Will I guess who did this or not? Well, I can guess who did this, and I think I know who did this, but change nothing. It's not conceivable that the window was open at the time in even remotely. Let us not forget their season, the channel wears that accompanies it. I don't even need to know the motive, by the way. I still don't know the motive in the first episode. The Wanderer would ever leave a window open in the middle of the winter. And why they killed Dr. Watson? This is also strange. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seniors council? So, translation actually killed the scene, the connection about Holmes and the first victim. Now, when I check his real name, connection is obvious. Well, in this game, yes. Not in real life. You don't need to do this. So, that's the defense postulate the scenario in all seniors council. Well, obviously the game is not related to the real life cases. You just need to state that you had no motive and this usually enough, or there was no possibility it's alibi, or there's no evidence even if there's no alibi and there's motive. And that's all, the case is closed, you will be not guilty. It's so easy to get not guilty verdict. It's much harder to say that someone is guilty. So this game is already not close to reality. Do you earnestly claim that the book font is a sandbox flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gardner's wife? That's why I always wanted to become a prosecutor instead of attorney. Because it's much harder job. It's much harder job. So maybe in the future they will create a game about prosecution. I don't know if there is already. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you're now, you little foreign trickster. Call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? There's connection to the coward, I don't know. Claiming that our little thief said the whole neighborhood. And lied, honestly. And that I'm merely posing as a mate for the parents' sake. How could you? Well, it's definitely not a coward. It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is suddenly our family's name. No, I assure you, it was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through their mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box yours. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting all his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I didn't even see them. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord 1-6? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessary protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to serve the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the first book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
有罪
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 有罪有罪
Thank you for that unambitious response. It's twice now, it's over. So, Naruhodo, don't give up! Is Susanoo? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You suggesting? Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. Could still convince the jurors to change their minds. Have one more chance. My lord, defense has to exercise its right to summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeves? Don't tend to trick anybody. Tend to uncover the truth. It's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued? It is. It's even not 8 p.m. So yeah, this episode will definitely be solved today. Have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to stay clearly and consciously for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence as a sand, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. How can it be an evidence? Just evidence of his presence. Wait a second, there was policeman with his wife. They can do this. Why they are not like culprits here? There was no alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. The woman was throwing books. Can't be related to this crime. The window was closed, can it? For me, it was only a little book. But they left reading even with a direct hit. What? Look, I just want to get this always. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, being in a tiny bit of trouble. And the thing of it, we had a fight from a while ago. It gave me the sneezes? There were more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. Married student friends was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, the eyewitnesses are correct. It would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. Yes, I'm afraid During this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. How? Pressing every single one again. Even constitute a tangible explanation here. Isn't it obvious? Who stopped the moon and how? Those two details are all you need provides. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. Don't have this man in our card record, isn't it? Of course we don't. I don't even know his name yet. And they was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Narhodon, you have to do it. Otherwise, this rally will be when the trial ends. No pressure, son. That's quite enough. Now, proceed with the summation examination, please. I assume you're prepared, Counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Right, Tiansky. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4 of the mate, or should I say, Mrs. Garideb. I have a book that disappeared from Garideb's house on the evening of the incident, and the first book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garideb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Okay. No, checking their reaction, can't believe this. Let's press you first. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? It's flames of love. I'll have you know. And usually this someone's reaction happens only when you chicken someone twice, not just once. There really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray her real love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. Saying the Erwin might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garideb. And by the betrayal, it's just changing your mind. If you didn't change your mind and initially didn't have intention, so it's not a betrayal. Now your mindset. The point is, we were just having a general little dispute, nothing more. I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about juror number 5? It doesn't seem to be turning heads, Mrs. Garideb's relentless onslaught. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Hello, Beirava. Okay, let's press you. You just want to get this always. How can you sit there and say something like that? Man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? Told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't you? If I don't bring home some birdies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in that ham. Thanks. Tomorrow morning. What? Hear me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. That's a shining example of martial bliss. A situation like this popped up the other day. It was so, well... You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry. Those two frightening, said the scene. I must have looked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into that dance by his scarf. That goblin is so slow. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. Really? What if I press this again? I think it will be the same dialogue, maybe not. Okay, let's press this one. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's compatibility in this case? Sorry? What's that? I have to speak up, lad. What? Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. But candles? On a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Because no, that was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my power to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Orange glowed and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how do you catch a cold from fire? What if you ask what it was? My grandchildren, bless them, threw water on me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke of course, I had to open all the windows to clear it. Water is not related to did you get the cold or not. But open the windows may. Beaten winter air rushed on me like the devil dancing. On my grave I did. Got a terrible cold from it. Took me in the hospital for a while. I got that burst in a hurry. It's kinda sad that many people are very ignorant about what is called and how you get in it. It was devil worship all along. But something about this old man story is playing on my mind for some reason. I need to demonstrate who apart from Mr. Ratzeman could have attacked the young woman on the street. So, if you will put in freezing temperature, you might damage your skin, like burning it. It's fine, but just be cold. But getting cold? Impossible. Impossible. It's simply impossible. It's not organized. So that's how he or she could have done it. As but once again, the jury's statements are full of personal prejudice. All of them seem convinced they are right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. Seeming to need to beat them against each other to force them to. It's kinda obvious. Don't need explanation. Yes, don't necessarily need to find contradiction between their assertion, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. So, the accused left behind evidence at the scene. Let's see. But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? Every possibility. The first book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a friendly scrap with his wife or something, you said. It's not exactly how I put it, no? Well, anyway, the point is, that fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I see. That's what you call a strong alibi. Alibi. Oh my god. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing greater left to say. So no alternative explanation. Let's see. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Why? Such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational singer. What do you see? And not at all extreme. As I see it, the overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, rational logic. Do you see? Nope. Or heavenly. But us modern girls are always delighted to embrace new pets, you know? So, I'll be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory, if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, but you omitted rational self. But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How could you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Windows in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cult indoors. So know that window wasn't open. Us Londoners were sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? You couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? Just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Console, you can't be afraid from childish bickering. Sorry? Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to watch otherwise. So, why so no new facts here? Let's check one at a time. So, left behind evidence as a sound. Alternative explanation. Window was closed. This one contradicts. And this also contradicts, isn't it? On speed and see, I have, yeah, as you can see, 5 tries. So it's not hard if I hit them. Those two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, Console? Point at me again, I told you it wasn't me! Huh? What's that you say? Speak up, lad? Speak up? Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6 account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open them. Oh. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garidab household, and Mr. Garidab had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke. So what? Oh my heart. Journal number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garidab, tell me, what is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon? What are your insinuations? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's unconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if you did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which cannot have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. And so your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be entirely bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have released. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garidab's formal statement. Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. Clean forgotten, but it's true. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, definitely a possibility. Let's see. At the point when the victim was attacked on Bray Road, you know there was a small house fire in the Garidab household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. Also know that Mrs. Garidab was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's friend's attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out on the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. I see. Wasn't enough? This is going to take to pursue those people. The first book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion Sprite. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garidab told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion Sprite that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you can't mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you... No. Really don't. But I noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What is it? What is it? Journal number 5. You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all floating back. You calling granny, you cheated Dale. I'm Mrs. Garrideb. All the maids. Have you know? Man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, with my hands in my pocket for the wages just earned that day and nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. And, what is a disaster? I haven't heard the half of it, boy. No? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages. Well, next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my arm, stuck on the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? Never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women do their rape, they throw anything at you, knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Though, mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. I was thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor using a bow or the like. But attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow scene later, right there. Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? No, that's right, she was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. It was a cup, then a glass, and a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a basket. I must be beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right in the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. You want to know what I think? Since this whole idea of ladies first that we are so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in their hands a few too many times by their wives. That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this curious statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Alright, let's use it. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Griff, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, Console, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? My, what do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? You've demonstrated that the first book, The Lion Sprite, that was found as the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gaideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object beside the book could have found its way from the Gaideb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Gaideb could have thrown any number of different objects at your husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? Do you insinuate it now, you little beanpole? It's a bean. I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of these books came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Isengard. And the foreman of the jury, I demand a straight answer. He was this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Really? Taking a big gamble here. It's a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, try to explain the defense's theory. Other objects that found its way from the Gaideb household to the scene of the crime was obviously a knife. Juror number 4, Mrs. Gaideb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Oh, Hansa, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Gaideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Gaideb was hurling anything she could with her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. The window that had been opened to clear the smoke, through which a book sailed and led to the crime scene. I seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in your hand? Oh my, this hasn't got an aim like that. Yes, it means there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point, that's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end, not right now. Why? Mrs. Gaideb, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Should say no. What? You'll say yes? My lord. I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. Certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman? I'd have to agree. Not that I think the Granny did it, mind. Yes, you know what, I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. Altogether now, ladies and gents. We did it? Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' opinions have changed. evidence. The jurors call guilty against 4, now calling innocent. Currently, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord 1-6, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into force. Like a cooked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord 1-6, the defense has just put forward credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is it your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do I mean by that? It's his angle system. Should be already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garabet household runs a rather wild streets, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garinep's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards? It's around 14 meters. 40 meters? That's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance, the first book was found in the victim's clutches. Yet again! You cannot collapse on the floor because you were stabbed by the knife. Why nobody even think about this? In other words, the smoldering book, randomly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, directly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Oh yeah. I don't know, 15 yards is nothing. Why is it so? It's not 50. It's 15. So what? Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friends? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? So what? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. In those pathetic, serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. The prosecutor loved the sound of his own voice. It's suicidal. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare you! Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak. For the defense, yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. John Garidak, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! Cross-examination of juror? Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is the intent for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. It's a problem of someone who was selected in the jury. And unnecessary. Lord 16. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If I learned Friend's partial theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and jackknife must have flown through the sky before the couple's eyes. And you must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable, Royal Beats, reporting for duty, sir. Well? Good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. Haven't slept for months on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they're so heroic, these London bobbies. Trisha, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Holy, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, Romeo checks the defense's request and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Caridad. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. See, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Caridad house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, he would have seen it. I did leave the scent to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolia was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. In this case, they had never seen any crime scene in the first place. They saw it like several minutes or even hours later. Didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite sterling. Top-hinged casement windows. That was not in the police report, Constable. Oh yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You can excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is top-hinged casement window? And you can excuse your ignorance with such a trite remark, my learned friend. Ignorance is something that everyone must know, but why should you know something about some type of windows? Because, sorry. Found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your minds back to the windows of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett room. Like ignorance, seeing that everyone saying truth or everyone saying not truth dependent on their occupation. But Windows is not ignorance at all. Alright, I'll try. So, the windows opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. In this case, you need ventilation, not opening windows. What the heck? Well, it's all times. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Glad you've rectified your ignorance. Casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents its opening? It's all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the windows through the open window, these windows are not practical because if you open it, bugs will go inside. So in this case, it must open inside the house to put like a net after it. I don't know, not smart enough to have such windows. Have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. See the problem then. Good, your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards off the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something you've discounted already. Can't. Eee! Do you see that, Troy? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Olya, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my arguments been destroyed. Console, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Well, you definitely must smash them. My lord, good. Another desperate situation. Constable Beater's report. I'll take a pause here, by the way. I'll go and create some more tea for me. It's 8:34. Alright. Be right back. Alright. Again. Something like this. Come on. Where is this? Here it is. So, what is it trying to say? That they saw nothing. And so what? Should be something. Constable has already confessed that he started as the prosecutor was holding the victim? The only problem here, it cannot happen at the same time. And nobody's thinking about this. It's like people what was saw in the movie. Someone that shoots someone and they immediately dead. It's simply impossible. People are not dying instantly, or collapsing instantly, or something. It's simply not possible, it's very rarely happening. Super rare. Nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Carried-up. Okay. Alright. It's like they're not lying, but I must find something, some contradictions. Let's see. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It's the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. Showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man is what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you what is good for his word. As a caution, yes, but it's not the case here. The case here is stabbing with bullets, knives, and other stuff. In a fight cannot kill you instantly. And actually, if you check the electrocution in the, like a fault or penalty of killing someone in some culprit, it actually takes several minutes before it happens, and not constantly. So, I saw people actually touching some, wires, for example, brain wires. But did they die instantly? They lost their conscience instantly, that's for sure. But sometimes people survive this. Anyway, it's not really the case. Will the smoking shoes remain? While rubbing my tired eyes admiringly, so really, so manly. Or you can be smashed between two objects that will instantly kill you. Must be significant damage. Knife cannot have such significant damage, as well as bullet. The same, my darling Patricia. Oh, what? Oh, really? No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrido? Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Yes? Well, so, could you answer the question? What was a waste of time then? Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrido's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we upheld our guiding principles. wasn't planning on going back just yet. Only just right here. So to that end, sir, I'm happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. Okay, it's a new evidence. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Small golden wallet that identifies the London Bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. If they must, it doesn't mean they will. Oh god. Let me check this evidence. Item number 1. Policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Strong officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day, possess furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. But wait, if you must walk 20 miles, wait a second. But you will damage your feet. Indeed. How will you continue this case? The cars fall under the jurisdiction. I doubt that they were using like sneakers from Nike or something. No, it was some ancient shoes. So, I don't know. Grass fall under the jurisdictions of the beats in which they are discarded to follow these regulations. Principle of policing. When a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Let me see one more time. Peace. 20 miles. But it was not his jurisdiction, isn't it? So he was not assistant. Well, let's see. Why is they calling themselves Bobbies? It's a name, isn't it? By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they are restricted as to how much they open. And therefore anything thrown out the window from inside the room simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. Clarity, we need to mark them up. We updated mark abilities. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Nice. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime. It's the side of the rather wide road. So she was on the other side. Have been so hard for someone to mention this to think it's casement seen before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garidev's house is furnished with? Well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped this investigation yesterday. Obviously, he is not. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? No, let's just remember it, that's all? You really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course, I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But you were just so lucky. It didn't happen in Roy's bit, but so close, you see. I had it released. Oh yes, the street, Briar Road. That's a boundary between Rosebit and the next one. Obviously he didn't help, but I know this already. Let's say repeat this. Isn't that right, my love? Unstable beat. Huh? Huh? Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garidep household yesterday. The house is all my beats, you see, sir. That really was kinda close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garidep household is on your beat, does it mean that the payment next to it is as well? Is that Mr. Garidep's house? Yes, ma'am? The payment on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I wasn't aware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, and never had been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary, did they move the body? But that's the life of a Bobby after all. Some ordinary people, all Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of Londoners. So if they move it, they guilty as well. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Do you think so, my darling? They'll go into the prison, isn't it? Must be it, but my love, that must be it. Stop lying about what happened or not. It's actually changing the crime scene. Then perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially recorded. Leave it to me, Mr. Narhodom. I'll take care of it immediately. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beats, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Now it's my turn, I think. Let me check one more time. Okay. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but truly I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Literally being Inspector would have said, 3 times at least. Inspector is Leighton around, isn't it? Of course, what with the smoke and everything? You couldn't actually see the stars. He's not even essential maybe right now. Nice. Shoot, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. Seems like they told the truth. What? Night sky in London is starless because of the fog? And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her. Did you just send to go and fetch help? Okay. Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beats, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love, you can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only. I sort of got a little lost on the way. Trisha, my darling, that's why I love you. The terrible sense of direction is bewitching on me. Oh, what? Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So, I suppose I was going for about 15 minutes? But like I said, my Rolly was at the center the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off my duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Let's check this one. Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Oh, really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems so altogether regular to me. A small copy of the lion's bite was originally in the Heredab household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that scene as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? If that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag on her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is it so? There's something about this statement that is not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in your bag and how the book ended up in your hand. There must be some common thread between them. Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Not just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my words. I am. I don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. Lord, let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Pete. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance in the sage one. It was a very loud matter. I heard that. The Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's words counts for nothing. Ask him. Well, watch out there. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Really noted, Mrs. Beats. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. Could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. The sense of direction a little off sometimes, though. Mrs. Beats, nobody is questioning what you've told us. So I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the stand. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. He also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, it's a little embarrassing really. I've always ended up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Jolly or Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Constable Beats, is there a problem? Huh? Huh? No sir, no problem sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind perhaps? Well, in a way, sir, yes sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beats lost her way? On the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. So she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Really, such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? It was a present for our wedding anniversary. Really so romantic. I saved up for it with something and pennies he found at the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. Romantic. I've forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Yes. But that was just between us. Talking about it to anyone else, darling, you have to promise. Really? Oh. What's it all about? Still Beats looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Mrs. Beats about the bouquet. Mrs. Beats, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Really? You said left to? Heaven was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When I ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot by the street light, when casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the stand together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beats, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice call me from the other side of the road. Husband, presumably. Moved the body. That's right, Sammy, I have gone over the wrong side of the street. Also, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't. So, the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the buckets up again when we left the sun. Bill Ross Rolly bought me the change from the cutter he spent so long collecting. Buy bucket? Do you perhaps mean this? Sorry? Salty rolls? Look at this. One secret is not hiding, Edison. Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. That the weekend, Roland bought me for our anniversary. These old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord 16, when did you come by the flower? According to the report, was a police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garidep household. In front of the Garidep's house? Also, it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No. No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Present for Patricia Beats from her husband Rolly. The shock of seeing the stout victim caused Mrs. Beat to drop the rose where she stood. Instead of buying the rose, they could grow the rose themselves, isn't it? But okay. This super. But a symbol of our love. In this case, I still understand why you're going to the Scotland Yard if you're not getting enough salary to buy a rose. Once per year! Oh my god. So strange to me. Doing a higher job for nothing? No reward at all. It can be good, and in this case, you can't rely on hobbies. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Can't understand for the moment. Starlight? It's a raid from Starlight Pumpkins? Thank you very much, Starlight. How was your game? So, I have new evidence here and I don't know when I should supply it. Because the body was moved, that's for sure, so what's the problem with the testimony? It isn't it. Hello, Zedium. Because of spoilers, you didn't play it yourself. 1 year has passed. Well, I didn't play it because I was playing different other games. Yeah. Supposed to play it 1 year ago. What should I apply here? I don't know. He didn't take your eyes off the crime scene, but he was asleep and someone moved the body as well as yourself. Let's start from the very beginning. Case has nothing to do. Okay. Venus is the top floor. Top hinged, okay. Venus had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. Alright. She left the scene. Okay. So this statement is wrong. But I cannot present this rose, isn't it? Let me press one more time and see. Nothing to report. Let's see one more time. Eyes wide open, it's not possible. Now look away, it's simply not possible. No one approaches and nothing was removed from it. Well, I thought in the beginning that he moved the body. But now, someone else moved it. Seems a little strange, but your body sounds strange. Seems altogether regular to me. Yeah. How did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Shooting lights. Since it's another body, but of course it's not. I can present the roles, I have like 5 more tries, so can fail at least once. Of course, I can take a challenge not to fail a single time. Common thread between them. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you make of all this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The first book, that had no business being at the center of the crime, made me sure that Mrs. Garideb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming recently clearer that someone else has been hiding somewhere from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike the civil law here. But Rose, really? It's time I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mystery affair. Well, what else can it be except the Rose? Oh my god. Let's see. Local map. Book receipt. Case file. Lies just a second stable bit beats. The border of beach runs down. Well, if she was found on the other beat. So he didn't move the body, but he's lying in it. Knife. Let me check one more time. So what? Just after the accident, cannot be after. Sorry, I lied. And what about this warrant card? 20 miles. Strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beats. Okay, any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they discard. When crime discarded on this beat, policemen must assist with initial investigation. Crime discards on his beat. It was not his beat. One more time, let me check their statements one more time. Don't quite understand this. Alright. So still lawyer, what's there to make sure? So what, okay? What happened was I dropped my bucket and ended up losing my way for a while, so I can present it here. What's there? If she dropped it. My god, why it's so cheesy here? Okay, let's present the rose here and see what will happen. Maybe I fail. Let's see. Nickname Constable Beats. There was nothing to report. In the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the sun. But this cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back in the scene of the crime with a policeman assigned to that beat, Sherlock Box? I just need to find my client is not guilty. But yet, you had dropped and the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that merged buckets, if a single solid blow can be so described. No doubt it was blown in the wind across the streets, back in the gutter where it belongs. Graham? What? One second, what to do this? Yes. But if that were the case, why did Constable Beats not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beats swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bucket belonged to me, it has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it's not only your buckets we are talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beats' bucket, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Mr. Garrideb's copy of the Lion's Rights, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we had, Mrs. Beats' bucket should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Did you listen to words that crony lore says? You're all about books and the cats. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh god, Mrs. Garrideb, come around. What does this come around? You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrideb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called tampering. Oh yeah, it's called tampering. For goodness word. I will forget about this in the future as well, I think. Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it for very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? I've rarely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such a elaborate deception? Yes, as someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Policeman? Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Why still he is there? Kind of strange. Gregson, no. It was Sherlock Holmes, of course. Well, Rolly beat? Maybe. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beats. It was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? But not so why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no traitor than my husband. Nobody works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Smith, you say it in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. 15 minutes that you were absent from the stand is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up, it's all nonsense, it's all lies! What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him, he did it! If that was true, Constable Beats would have seen him do it. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your buckets, Mrs. Beat, just after the defendant had fled the stand. Well. First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right, he's right. My husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? Doesn't make sense. Alright, no motive for this alleged tampering. What about the motive for Natsume? And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Someone beat got a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. So, Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Consul, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. Why does he have privileges? I don't quite understand. Strong, if you're mistaken, I'm sure I need to not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irreparably damaged. In this case, the whole police should be damaged if I'm right. With that stark warning in mind, you'll now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beats' motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. When the victim fell to the ground. And that's what this body had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? Told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's suddenly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder what this tumultuous trial will end, Consul. If that's your assertion, the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Were you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Well, kinda here, I don't know where exactly. Maybe there. But what's that? On the opposite side of the road? Don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garidev's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your buckets, Mrs. B, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. With brushes. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. On the back. What these witnesses both saw the moment that attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. there was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, it's actually on the west side of Railroad. No, that's not true. Can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything in fact to the pavement on the east side of Railroad. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The buckets, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. 116 said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay there where the street lamps cast no light. Well, it's actually saying that what a family they are. If they simply cooperate, but her husband didn't trust her or something, well, they must divorce. As it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet. It was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Railroad. If there really were families, this would never ever happen in the first place. And that is a definite theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Really? And you still love him? It isn't true, is it? Oh, you can't believe what the lawyer said. It's all lies, isn't it? I know this because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good. Charlie. Order. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Really, why? Why would you do something like this? When a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? She's still alive. Wishing the victim they should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say so. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beats felt compelled to move the stand of the crime. I can't think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? The foreigner presuming to understand the mind of Scotland Yard policemen. And yet, Lord 16, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the sterling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now, sir, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. and I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? It must be this warrant card? No? I realize that I am a foreigner in these lands and have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? Account of this began, my lord. Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. Finally we see the flashback. When he saw that shady figure through the fog collapsed on the pavement ahead of them, well, it doesn't look like Nihanjin, isn't it? At all. Anyway, I still think it could be him. Well, we'll see. It must have gone through the man's mind. But sir, just on that magical day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding's anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Here's the warrant card the Constable Beats offered to lend to me earlier. Inside among the rules for drone policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So, that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I've ever cursed God. It's close to me, but the criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As you ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. Got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me, at least where we were, where the victim was lying, and what it meant for me. The crime is discovered on his beat. Policemen must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Like it's something special. People celebrating exact day in the year always puzzle me, like I'm some kind of alien, I don't know. Could celebrate it any other day, or even right now. Does it really matter? It should be an anniversary. Why? Thursday, New Year's, Christmas. So strange to me. The copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box, which whoever was on duty here, like forcing the same, to have different emotions that they actually have on their day. What is it sad New Year? Why should you celebrate it? And why you should not celebrate on any other day? Why gather your family on Thanksgiving if you can gather on any other week? Why should it be some specific day? Seriously, it sounds to me like unnatural and like full of lies. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. The next bit to mine part. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street and then... Next. Especially, why to celebrate anniversary if you actually lied to your wife? What the anniversary can it be? Oh my god, they have no trust to each other, so there's no point in celebration in the first place. But it didn't change the case, isn't it? Changed simply nothing. I'm sorry? So sorry. I'm not feeling sorry for him. Oh, Constable. I just wanted. Just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. You can do it during your vacation? Or I'm more than sure that at least once per week you're not working, isn't it? What? Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. So you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. I want to say in the past there were only one person per beat. There was no second shift or something. I mean, you cannot work every single day. If you're working, your salary should be high, and they had no salary at all, as I see. Just across the street. And they're not military, they're colonial. To the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring Beatska. See, I thought. Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Of course he did. Otherwise, my lawyer would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Now I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rolls I bought for Papa. Oh yes, it was all my fault. Should I have dropped it in such a dark place? She even don't understand what she's doing right now. I'm so sorry, Lion. And can you tell us, Constable? She has no regrets. How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was, yes sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume and the 4th, being the one that fell from the window upstairs. In the Gary Depp household, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? On the first run over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. Sure it was this book, the Lion Sprite, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. Sir. New information broken down the line sprite that was in the victim's hands when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who done it, I thought. Couldn't see the harm really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. Suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lords. Yes, Lord 1-6. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my role here? What will happen to him? Well, he will die. Now you're free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always mourning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters. However insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Hold that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Huh? Never again, sir? You mean to say? Leave. No, the trial is not yet over. So. Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Never thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that. Indeed, my lord, nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here, principally. That the accused, Mr. Sasuke Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true extent of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord 1-6, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objections to the trial continue. You name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime? Like, how should I know except John Garrett? Let's think. Well, I'll try you. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. John Garrett. Me? How dare me? That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrett, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband. Mr. John got it up. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, the husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. No, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open, top-hinged casement window, the book plunged directly down. On its way to what what we now know to be on the true stand of the incident. Yes, let's say it. What of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garida. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Don't tell me that she actually killed. Well, not killed. Damaged. Don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? Anyway, the man over there, in all that regalia, said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Apparently, yes. No. I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, I'll let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. I have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please? Mrs. Garida? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. Colonel Brown, the thought that I'd injured someone, do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You couldn't have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Where's actually part of this knife is missing? Come along now, chop chop, do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at you already. Seriously, have it? Maybe not. Doesn't mean that I have evidence for everything. I know that the knife is damaged and that's all. I don't know. And take the stand, juror. Oh. The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord 16. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, Witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Dear me. So demands your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garida. And mark my words, in this court of law today shall extract the truth. Will it end in this trial, or will investigate another day and we'll return back to this trial because it's kinda already too long? And I don't think it can be so long. Certainly, my lord. Or maybe it will continue in the next episode? That's what I'm hoping for, my lord. is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, at the Old Valley, and I am a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Yes, my name is John Carida, and I am, well, I'm a juror, and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. Housewife, maid. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You'll tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dear me. Chin up, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now. He's here? I didn't know you were here, John. Wasn't only you in the room that day, Oldsin, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your neither? Don't you worry about that. Only notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. John. I presume you're Mr. John Carida? Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Facilities, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Why are you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Oh well, yes, I am quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. And judge actually, cross-examine the list of the future jurors and checking that they're not related to the case, because if you're living close, it's already may be related, so... And no, it's your fault, Judge, I think. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Battle of Garida? Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of skirmish. I recall the reason now. Oh, his line of course. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it also and got the window open. Meanwhile, speaking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. Seriously, why do I need so many knives? I have only one? No, two now. I should barely seen in the victim's back really was one of ours. Oh, yeah, 3. The third one is for open parcels, you know. I have a job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite a battlefield in your household that evening. Also, entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop zero, had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, it'd have been toast. As a veteran such as myself, it's only too aware that on every battlefield you just a nuts whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about the virtual world here? Which one? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of the jackknife. I don't know, I can identify my knives very easy. The combat once focused narrow such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Ethics may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, Consul, begin your cross-examination. Okay, let's press every statement. The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garidev. It was a passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Garidev found the note discovering her husband's little secret, and she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such thing, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. I like the story. These waters run way deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set a fire to the cupboard. So had it out so and got the window open. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture that the bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine really. Just so happens there was some bath water around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. Most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. 3-story townhouse with 2 floors on it. Why ground floor is not floor number 1? Well, I know why, but why? Why many countries didn't fix it? Like in America, for example, Eastern Europe, Japan. Very strange. It's like America still using an imperial system instead of metric. It also puzzles me. Wait a second, Great Britain, it's also imperial? I had to draw water from a public water pump. What? Public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodges are always mourning that they can't get any water at night. Also, that little structured Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. Defendant Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine? Being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours. He's obviously very well off. You actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all his income to buy books. Now, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames, and no one wants to throw. She must throw? It's most certainly not true of suicidal takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know the second set? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? And honestly, I don't recall. Well, at least she's not lying. But I feel I must point out that I am no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel,
なんてこと。
and a sponge and napkin. なんてこと?
ちょっと。
Do you have something to add, sir? So, Mr. Garida. Shoot, sorry, I beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Bullets, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. How this keys? The window was not broken. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed. Why did she do this? She landed in direct hit with every volley. Not Glyphant. You're not at home now. This is a court of law. Tell me, I'm so worried there. She even tuned with a teapot here. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such seeds at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, huh? Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual on the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. Sponge. I see your pipe was broken. It never had been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Don't you have the second one? You'll want to exaggerate, aren't you, John? Exaggerate. I wonder what we should make of this account. Fortnite, of course. The fence believes Mr. Garidep's remarks just now to be a great significance. No? These war veterans' words only tell us one thing. Betray a fairy wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? The only piece of the knife inside? Well, I don't see why not. Dear me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. Doesn't mean that knife actually stabbed this woman. Somebody found it on the, well, on the pavement and stabbed her. Indeed. Well, we'll see. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Well, I think they will be a part of the knife inside. Oh, I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Let's examine it. Mr. Garidep's pipe apparently fell to the floor during domestic disputes we had with his wife and dog. Oh my god, it's already inside! Oh, somebody just clicked inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck inside, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a teeny fragment of metal. Looks like the tip of the blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. The small piece of metal looks like it might be a tip of a knife's blade. It was stuck inside the ball of Mr. Garidep's pipe. Since they will be here, but okay, it's too huge. Looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it. But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Only because it's the same blue as Mr. Garidep's dressing go? Really? Suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garida. Feeling that he's going to be in trouble over preparing it like this. Either that or he can afford to replace it. Replace it? I seriously would buy like 2 if I was using just 1 pipe. Let's examine this. This is a teeny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Gardepp's pipe. Looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of blade. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't really know. It's just something legal on me, but I can't quite put my fingers on what it is. So in that case, it would be wise to examine some. Why is there no checking that if I check something before or not? Like a small plug in the code. Anyway, it's kinda obvious now what's going on. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Well, it's fine. Since to Suzuto-san have some new evidence to work with, you should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that. A beautiful, Mr. Garida. Now we could return to the crux of the matter. Can you tell the court about the knives used to attack the victim? Plenty of knives around our place. Can't see it. Notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. Sorry? Would you care to elaborate? What's on to say, really? Rather partial to a sport of currency, pipes and whatnots, fish and tackle, and all the sort of thing. Why his pipe is still here? It's an evidence. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leather work. So to say we always losing knives about the place, but with me I would already remove this pipe. Yeah, it's not like a bug, but definitely would be better. What's the consistency of this game? Okay, sorry to say we are always losing knives about the place, and we have dozens of these things. Sell them at the markets sometimes, 20 for the price of 90. Needless to say, snap them up. John prefers to use 2 knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and a fork. And now, John, you don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Here we go again with the scoldings. Why is they being so invasive? Imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. The climber has thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is understandable, of course, but still. What means your testimony witnesses? Sir? If that bullet scene in the victim bag really was one of the ours, you have a job proving it, I think. Well, I can prove? Should I show it right now? Like, I can present, but I don't know if the game will accept it. What else? Let's show this one right now. Mr. Gardev, could you ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bullet scene. You can? Used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment of cars, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. You can wear glasses? Glasses didn't exist at this time? Can't believe this. Because they were. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q. To be honest. Oh, he does. Jeremy, it's rather weird being asked about every other letter and every other word. By the way, if you're already reading some books, you don't need to see which exactly letters in it, because if they will be misprint, reading the book you will not even notice it, because you see the beginning and the end of the word, for example, and guessing what it is. It's how you're reading fast. You're not looking at every single letter. Examine the page. Well, it's different. You must be very dozen. What is it? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost suddenly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Gardepp's pipe. A pipe, you say? Sure, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Consul? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment, tiny, maybe, of metal, can unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. The whole truth, really? Just saying that. Wait a sec, look at his butt. Just noticed. Yeah, because of the fire. You are rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Consul. I still can't believe it was like this. But okay, very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. Maybe not was like this, but we just need to prove that he's not guilty, nothing else. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of the entire case? Obviously, this knife. This is the knife that was found in the victim's bag. If you look closely, you'll see that there's a small piece or at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt, its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languished somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Gardepp's pipe. Oh grief, Portman 6? I don't believe it! The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal, fragment of fragments, let it be fragments, that perfect power, are perfect match. Good, crawler. What? Doesn't matter. Order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? Gosh. There's no magic, my lords. This is a miracle. A miracle? So 1-6 has figured it out, yes, has he? Consul, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord, the crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment, doesn't matter, frag, sounds like frog, can it be frog? So fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Gardepp's pipe. Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. And the scene in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Gardepp flung this knife at your husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Gardepp, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time. Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Even if it fall down from the window, the chip knife would never actually strike through the cord and into the body. It's simply not possible. It was done by someone's hand. So it doesn't deny the fact that Natsume, for example, could do this. Or someone else. That's right. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Gardenap's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yes, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Gardenap's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear. Oh! Just very short. A full-bodied theory. I give you that. Complex bouquets of seemingly trivial points, possibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry. But after all, it's just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, it's spelled by an insurmountable inconsistency. And what? Sick, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her. That's right, gentlemen. Oh, John, old sin. What are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. Victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. And she actually tried to pick up the book, isn't it? It was a knife that struck you had fallen from above. There's no possible way it could find itself in the victim's back. Of course there's a way, but I don't think that like it happened. Other. That's right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck you on the top of your head. Well, you should present the book. Just lost for words, look. Knew it. I never liked this error in the first place. Don't know though that really did happen? It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. A theory has even one inconsistency it cannot stand. A theory, my learned friend, is history. We're so close, I could say the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. Just one simple inconsistency? I cannot see why it's inconsistency. Or in other words, simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Susato. Mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court records, I'm sure. All the information you need is here, is there. Seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. What is this for? To take it acceptance? That your theory is fatally flawed? This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong something. It means that I need to sharpen my mind to dig deeper to the truth. It's a test. Yes, what did he say? Truck. Okay. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the court records that can explain this inconsistency. It can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. You already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Sure, this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. Evidence that explains how the fallen knife became lodged in the victim's back is this book. This, the first book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. Was it the very last one? So I didn't fail even a single time. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garidov's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, I have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable to put the book between her fingers like that. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true, however. As part of his testimony, Constable Beats made an extremely enlightened statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up with her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So, the question becomes, why does the victim have the book in her hand? But Jingo, I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Tell me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garidov household into the pavement below, precisely at the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking alone on the street as the light fog, and all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. A book I saw. Yes, Mrs. Garidov, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking alone and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? I really can't imagine it, but suppose she might have reached down, picked the book up. And yes, that is exactly what woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Heavens. And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, the woman was still bent over picking up the book. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight in the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Well, I never appeared to Mr. Natsume. So the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So, there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. Pathetic. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. The real truth? I still don't know how the first victim, I mean from episode 3, died, and here I still question it. Was it really how it was? I don't know. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Garida. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps it might have been something like that. There they all been. Oh, Mrs. Garida. Of course, I never meant for anything of that sort to happen, but it's all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw the book, and I threw the knife as well. John dear. It's alright, I know. I'm ever so sorry. Really. I'm sorry. What about your niece? Oh my god. Lord 16, what news of Mrs. Garida? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. Well, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Some good news, however, my lord. I've just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is proven steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness now. And what, she will tell that it was not like this? Strange. I'm talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. Even if she will tell that someone stopped her from behind, from the back. If you get the no guilty verdict, he cannot be guilty again for the same crime. However, my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it's me who should be begging your pardon. No, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Pete said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. Can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits looking at the fog, like they're haunting me. Oh, Sasuke-san. His imagination really has gone the better here. Yes, Roman. So what happened? I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. Should never have dropped my books like that and run away. Should have called for help, for the doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. For that, I'm truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. You were befooled by the spirits and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord 16 and our young lawyer here from the east, the change has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you, boss. I hope Natsume will not die. He should not. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of the jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that rules can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't expect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the all-being roast, she's out of action. You know, but I know what your decision would be. Does mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. Should be night already, no? So I'll have a corker of a story to tell my grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman.
無罪
Nuzai. Very well, Mr. Sasuke Natsume. How will I pronounce you? Not guilty. So it's not just paper, but also real firework. I was wrong. Didn't notice. Didn't pay attention. Finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man. Once more. It's my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, yes, sir. Of course. All my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, consuls. Court is adjourned. It's almost 11 PM by the way. Like 26 minutes left. Just 3 PM? Okay. Oh, welcome. Wait. You mean me? Of course. Is there another local here? Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student of Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, isn't it? What's wrong with this? Using my actual name. Oh, at last. I'm free! I'm free! Joyful. Just jubilant jubilation. I hearty happiness, hurrah! Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Maybe it's so hard just to say that, son? Look, you did it! You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault at all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal, welcome where? Yes. I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to live here in Great Britain. To like? To live? To live? I don't know. Every time I took over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Yeah, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locomotor, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that worn-out bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, were laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the palace roof, I bellowed. Hope the beast barrister ever born. Best, my god. Well, that's very flattering, and we are very pleased for you. This has given me wonderful anecdotes to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? That what's to become of all my hard work? I'll see you, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Mr. Holmes, what a pleasure to see you. You seem here not a moment too soon. The disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. What? Just finished? What? No, then my haste was in vain? It's you! Sherlock Holmes! Oh, have you met sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Holmes. Oh, I see him. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Is of your bleak lodgings of the prison cell. So I couldn't place that curious face in the light. Shocking. This is all your fault, Sherlock Holmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I've placed you now. You are the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I'm sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Oh, Sasuke-san. Still, on the bright side, you had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. It would seem you were not even found guilty. But there's no bright side. What do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. Oh, Kuluk01's. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you found not guilty, you still don't. You'll be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I'll protect you. Yeah. By me. It's a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like in turn my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. The universities, libraries, bookshops have been honored with the tutelage of professors. I learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it's my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It's very touching, Mr. Natsume. On perhaps less well terms. You wish to withdraw halfway around the world to scale the terror of the Reaper's curse. It's not it at all. The more I learned of literature, the more the strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. I see. A work of literature by Sasuke-san could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What about us? You'll return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you're accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. So what about salary? Well then, you could take my lodgings. All the windowless room? Oh, but what it lacks in windows more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'll be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Why? An evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. You'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. So, it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take in lodgings in the Great Detective's office attic. I'm too overcome for words. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out there. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume, I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. Shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Welcome. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we are going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. Kuluk01 will meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. We'll see. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Holmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Suzuki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Holmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. That's it? That's not it. Still progress. Why is this onion everywhere? By the way, in my house it was totally the same. The onion. And then from the ceiling. Yeah, indeed. So, the attic room. For almost 5 p.m. Still light here. Strange. It's February, it's usually dark at almost 5. So this? Oh no, in January. February it's a little bit brighter, yes. March sun. Is to be our new office, yes. Our office? Rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? Hope you can see this, customer. It's only a small step, but I'd like to think we are getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? He's a totally different person now. Mr. Holmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Holmes. I simply adore it. But I am pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Everyone's hungry. It's really time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susan, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. Can't help wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights has the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the darkness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Holmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to leave the facade and see the true steps of the mark that lay behind it. And so last episode left, and as it's the longest one, maybe I'll be able to finish it only on Monday. But should I start it right now? It's like almost 11 p.m, so Adventure of Unspeakable Story. The Hound of the Baskervilles? What? Just didn't pay attention to this name in the middle. Typical story. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering green glare. As I remember, it was, well, just face, not eyes. All of its oak-sized body was outlined with white hot flames, that's right. That's it. Let's start and see what this is.
ホームズの鋭い声が濃い霧の壁の向こうから聞こえてきた。私は霧のまとわりつく拳銃の撃鉄を起こして息を潜めて待った。永遠とも思える静寂、そしてその瞬間は突然訪れた。霧の中から見たこともない巨大な獣が私の目の前に躍り出たのだ。それは確かに犬だった。しかし明らかに尋常ではなかった。目はこうこうと燃え上がり、猛牛ほどもある体躯に獰猛な青白い炎をまとっている。地を這うような息遣いとうなり声、私はあまりの恐怖に震え上がった。見たまえワトソン、ホームズは魔獣を見据えて言い放った。こいつこそバスカビル家に代々語り継がれる伝説の魔剣なのだ。
Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. In that disconcerting courtroom experience you were first thrown into on that day we arrived in the country, and in Sasagi-san's terrible ordeal, and had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and unknown student of law from faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. April already. That morning. So I see Daruma on that shelf with one eye, of course. What else can it be? Alright. I was walking by the impressive knocking on the door by the telegram boy. At 9? Walking? It's not saying which year it was, so it may be weekend. And after he'd gone, Sasada-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Sasada-san? Yes? Is it time to leave for cars already? Let me see. What case is it today? Don't think I'm skilled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So, shall we go down to Mr. Holmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in 14 feet form. Let me see. What case is it today? Go again. Why are you changing your clothes to one-on-one? It's kinda strange. Let's examine. Oh, the Darumado I brought with me from home, still with only one eye colored in. Said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have fun, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Yes, I feel as so. I'm still lacking as a lawyer. Tell you what, why don't you color the other eye in once you think I'm a proper? fully-fledged lawyer. If you insist. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. But I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Suzuki-san, but I'm alright for now. It's a green tea Suzuki-san makes me from time to time, and it is unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. And tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes. Don't you think? So this is the tea set that Suzuki-san brought with you from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. She's so bitter. It's a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know? I don't like to see you screw up your face so. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, it's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping out loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging. It's for scooping up loose materials. It's shovel. Both digging and scooping is shovel, isn't it? I need to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. I've only been here in London for about 2 months. My desk is starting to look a little messy already. I'd tidy up once in a while. So, son, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same case. And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. Shillings, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Oh, this must be the telegram, let's see. No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. Sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. So it's not for me? Very strange. Is it personal? And why have stairs and actually a door here? Kinda strange. I'm rather lucky to find that old aquarium left behind here. Prawns we put in there doing rather well, and the anemones too. It's wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass, inside your room. Another example of Britain's greatness? Trying to clean it out and change the water isn't so great. So, is it? Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Suzuki-san. Never even peeped inside. Should think so too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know? Whatever you say, young maiden. It's maybe all here? Because I cannot say anything. No, of course you... I might miss something. Somebody else as well. Alright. So, what was it about? The telegram set was delivered this morning, I mean... No, a telegram? Don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with it. Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing interesting, boring in fact. What, is it telegram to return back to Japan for some reason? Damn. It's just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Promise it, I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. This way. I can move right now. Just armored. I suppose Sasuke-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after the terrible ordeal. Is it a telegram from him? I don't know. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? I'm just wondering, what might have become of Sasuke-san had he stayed in London, that's all? You mean, as regards Lord 1-6, the Reaper? Yes, I can't help wondering if sickness would have felt into insignificance in that case. What is it, they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fight is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Sasuke-san is safely out of the country now. So that means the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps. When it's the case, it's little comfort, and a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. And to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Should he not wield that sword against more acquainted defendants? No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord 1-6 hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Sasuke-san trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. So, both of us were not at court. What were you doing? Just learning? Right? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So, it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't count it. Sorry? What was that? Oh, nothing? No mind. The Lodgington office located in the attic above the suite of rooms. Rented by Mr. Holmes, a court's consultants about clients aren't exactly beaten down by the door. It's furniture removed, and recently this place is starting to feel like a real office. Well, when you're ready, let's go downstairs for breakfast. The home and office of the world-famous great detective and his young companion Iris. It seems people from all over the globe come to engage his consulting detective services. And it's already 11 PM. So, did something change here? Maybe not. So back to the Carsons, right or not? Morning, Runa, morning, Suzu. Oh my god. Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Runa? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Yes, you noticed that, did you? Holmes gone. Isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. It was the sound from Tomb Raider. Hello? Mr. Holmes? Good morning. A good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Holmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before. Hmm? My electrical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Now this blanched existence. It's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. And what happened to his machine that was on the left? It was on the left, isn't it? Where's the table now? I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Now it's yogurt? It was his cat from the very beginning? Oh, look, it's Wagahai. Good morning, boy. Boy? So it's male? Kidding me. Oh, it's lost in translation. Anyway, first time when I see a cat, three-color cat, that is male, not female. Was this some sort of teeny door for cats to use? But how did it get there? Well, then everyone, time for breakfast. Wonderful, let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I need something look different. Something missing from Mr. Holmes' desk. Look at Mr. Holmes' desk. It's completely clear. Is an enormous machine usually on it? I can never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. And next time you invite it, you may find he's vacated the entire suit. It's really plausible, actually. Strange that you already checked everything last time. But this will be new commentary. Should I even check everything? Don't really want to, must say. Well, not right now. So, let me save here. Better continue tomorrow. Where was the save? So it's called Investigation Part 1. It will be investigating. Let's go back to the title. I don't want to save. Just saved. Here it is. One last episode. I'll say second game as well. That I will be playing, but not right after I finish this one. Let's see, who's still online? Who is still online? Same as usual, no one. Well, I have Tiger here. With just one viewer, yes, so I will rate him. He will be still online, of course. Here it is. Here it is. I don't even know what he was the last case. Should be something serious? So far, the game is so easy that simply didn't expect this. In the last episode, I didn't fail a single one. Well, I failed in the first one only. That's right. And thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Starlight, for the rate, of course. So it was team number 6, right? 7, 8, 9, yeah. Less than any JRPG, but still a lot. A lot of text. Not so much action, everything is easy. I doubt that in 4th episode was ended properly. There was something else in it, something cheesy, that's all. So, who was the real killer? I don't think that it was happened like this. Even if this knife fall down from the third floor, actually, second, in Great Britain. Cannot be happening like this. Nope. Something else was there. Anyway, thank you for stopping by, and see you next time, and good night from me. Bye.